Hello. Hi, everyone. I never know how to start these introductions to my videos. This is part two of Neva's 24-hour reading sprints. I am on time. I hope not to go over the limit. I hope I have someone joining me on screen. I don't know. I This is the first time I've actually sat down to do any reading today. But now the kids are in bed. Everyone's away from me. And so I'm pretty confident I should be able to get at least 100 pages read at some time between now and tomorrow afternoon. Uh, I am going to be reading um, one of the Rootless Boys books from the Zoe Academy, um, but it is over there. So once I get it here, once I get the stream sprint going, I'll go pick it up. So wait a few moments, and if you can see me, if you can hear me, please say hello. Oh, look, there's a comment. All right, so first I pinned this to the top. This is the um, URL for the playlist, and then Reading with Hillary is here. Hello, and Sadia, the bibliophile, is also here. Hello. Um, so if you've ever been on my channel before, these are not like working productivity sprints. Although you could do a working productivity sprint for an hour if that's your choice, or take a nap or whatever. But mainly, it's a place to like read if you want when we get around to it. Um, I tend to be more chatty when there's someone on screen with me. So if no one pops on screen with me, then there'll be less chatting for me, unless the chat here on the side of my screen is open. Um, Also, please excuse my lovely voice. I'm a little bit congested from the lovely pollen that's killing me softly with its song every moment of the day. Um, let's see. Oh, I hear a beep. That means someone must be here. Who is it? Ooh, let's make this correct. There you go. Does that look good? I think so. I don't know. Whatever. Oh. Yes, the pollen in the area does not like me, and it's not even the worst pollen for me yet. So this is lovely. Uh, it's cedar, ash, and juniper pollen. But what really hates my lungs is
Okay, well, what would
ragweed.
you need to do right now?
Yeah. So
Maybe. No, you should me.
so what I love about your streams, Neva, is that it's okay if you talk more than you read, and it's fine. No one's judging you.
Oh
At
yeah, for
least
24. Yeah, for 24 hours straight, I tell people like this is the most chaotic thing, like that's gonna happen for the in the month on my like that's connected to my channel. But also, some of us sprint more often by ourselves than we do with friends. So sometimes like this is our like interaction time, and most people are understanding about it. So
so have you gotten any reading done? I haven't really paid attention to the chat,
yes, I
honestly.
have. I have gotten a little bit of reading done of where is my book? Here it is. The Enchanted Greenhouse, which I'm buddy reading with Hillary. Um and I'm probably going to finish it before I go to bed because I don't have very much longer, so I'm going to finish that. And then I have a secret book on my Kindle which is for reading my friend's favorite books project, so I can't tell you what the book is. And then I also have what is the other one that I have? Hills of Shivers and Shadows or something like that. I don't know. It's a dark romance. Vanessa put me onto it last year and I never got to it. So I was like, I should probably get to that. So
Gotcha. Um, so earlier in your stream, I said I'm going to open up this book. I haven't touched it yet. It's over there. I will get to it eventually. Some point between now and that day, I had to return to the library.
that's fair.
Um, today was a busy day, and we there was a local author talk at our local library. So like four different like localish authors to our area came and did a presentation, and I came and I went to be supportive because I did it back in November, and like the library does a lot of advertisements for it, and it's on Facebook a lot. It's in the like on the radio in the area, but not a lot of people come. And so the next time they do one, they're thinking of maybe doing it a little bit in the evening because it's at like it's from like 1 to 4. So in the middle of the afternoon where a lot of people are working. So they're hoping that maybe if they do it like from like 4 to 7, so a little bit after in the evening time, maybe people will be able to come. But I like going to them because I like seeing different authors and different books. And I always ask them like asking questions and things from the audience, especially if the audience is really quiet.
Right.
So, and I usually drag one of my kids along with me just because they have some time away from their sibling. Uh, okay, so Glenda is here. Hello, Glenda Book. Saying hi around. And Sarah's here. Oh, are you doing a diamond painting?
Yes. So I am finishing my section of this diamond painting.
Okay.
I'm on this section like right here ish. So
Mm,
we'll finish that, and then I have my Harley Quinn and Ivy diamond painting. So as soon as I get this little section done, it's just taking me a while because it's squares. I'm gonna switch them around for the Harley Quinn and Ivy diamond painting, um, which is working up a lot faster, even though it's squares, but it's smaller and it has more color blocking. This one has a lot of like confetti, so I'm like switching out colors a lot more, so it's taking me longer.
gotcha. Got it. Doesn't it hurt your eyes after a while? Like,
Um, Not so much these two, just because they are brighter colors.
okay.
Like the color of the gems is brighter. My eyes tend to get tired if I'm working on canvases that have a lot of dark colors.
Okay, that makes sense. I used to cross stitch a lot, and the last like major thing I did cross stitching, it was this geisha girl like picking a flower off the cherry blossom tree, but
Hmm.
her kimono had like 10 different shades of blue, but it was like different shades of dark blue. It was ridiculous. I
Yeah,
hate it. I was
yeah,
so
that's a
glad
lot
to
of
be done with it.
confetti. I like confetti. It's just that I know that confetti heavy diamond paintings will take me longer because I'm switching out the colors so often. Eventually I would like to get to a point where I have enough like trays that I can kit up into trays, because I've heard that kitting up into trays and then just being able to pull the trays out so you're not like swapping the colors, you're just pulling the trays out, makes for diamond painting faster. But I don't own enough trays, and I don't like, they do make, I think they're called tray bricks, they do make ones where they have, it's essentially a diamond painting tray that has a lid on it.
Oh,
um but I don't love the concept of them. Like I would rather use like the trays that I already own and then get a tower system to hold them in, because I like the trays that I already own. And I'm kind of picky about trays. So like the tray bricks like look cool to me, but I don't know that I like them in practice.
got it. No, that makes sense. I mean, you like what you like. You kind of you
Yeah.
have a system. You like it. Why change it? Gigi from Reads and Coffee is just starting A Court of Wings and Ruin. Um, I'm reading through that series as well, and I've read the first 3 books in that series. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I have the book number 4, which is essentially like the ball, the that they go do, and then the final book, which is really big. I think the reason I stopped reading, I didn't like DNF it. I'm like, I need a break, is because I felt like book 3 was a lot longer than it needed to be. Of the Court of Wings and Ruin. That's the 3rd book, right? Is that right? Court of Wings. Yeah. Is that the 3rd book? I'm pretty sure it's the 3rd book. Whatever the 3rd book was in that series, I was like, I just felt like there were just chapters that kind of went on for a while. But book 2 was my favorite of the series so far. How about you, Neva? Have you read any of that series yet?
I've read the first 2.
Okay.
I liked the first one. I gave it like 4 stars. So I read the first one in like 2022, like at the beginning of my channel. I gave it 5 stars. Why did that? I don't know. Then I reread it in 2023 and gave it 4 stars. And then I read immediately after reading that, I read A Court of Mist and Theory. I gave that one 5 stars, but I haven't continued because then I was told that I really should. Okay, so I have read Sarah J. Maas out of order. So I read the first Crescent City book. Then I read the first. No, I read the first Court of Thorns and Roses book. Then I read the first Crescent City book. Then I reread A Court of Thorns and Roses, and then I read A Court of Mist and Fury. But then I was told that I should actually read the series, like all of her series in order, like start with Throne of Glass, and then finish ACOTAR, and then read Crescent City. So I am working on getting through Throne of Glass right now.
Okay.
Because Rainey, Kelsey, Brittany, and I were going to do like a read along in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Brittany decided at that time that she didn't want to continue the series, so we stopped the read along. And Kelsey, Rainey, and I decided we were going to continue them. So from 2023 to 2024, we made it, I think, like 5 books in. We made it 6 books in. 2, 4, 6. How many books are there? 2, 4, 6. Are there 8 books? Or 7? Yeah, because I think there's 7 books in total. No, that's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many is? Okay, so there's 8 books in total. 7. No, there's 8 because one of them, one of them is missing. Ariana, Assassin's Blade is not up there because it's over there. So there's 8 books in total. So we read up until we were supposed to start the tandem read. And then they decided they didn't want, basically we all just kind of disembarked, but then I didn't remember enough to do the tandem read. So now I've started it. So I'm on Crown of, no.
So you are reading. So are you reading it in publication order then?
No, I'm reading it in chronological order because I started with Assassin's Blade. And if I was reading it in publication order, Assassin's Blade would have fallen as like book 3, I think. Which I know, like, there are some diehard Sarah J. Maas people that say that you shouldn't read Assassin's Blade until book 3, and some that say you should start with Assassin's Blade. Your girl bought the box set, and I just started reading the way the box set had them in the box. which was with Assassin's Blade for.
Okay. I mean, there's all different ways you could read it. Okay, so yeah, Gigi says it's the third book that she's getting ready to read. And then she goes, I hope you finish the series. I hope this one doesn't drag out. But I mean, like I felt like the third book was really it dragged out. But I also was like I read the first three books in a short amount of time, so maybe it's just a lot of books over and over again. Do you know that you're muted? She could be muted on purpose. Hmm. I'm hoping she's talking to someone over there and she doesn't think she's talking to us because we can't hear her. You never know. Sometimes I press the mute button on accident and I'll be talking. Huh. So I bought the first book, the Court of Thorn and Roses, and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna buy the rest of the series, so I'm gonna read it all at once. I haven't finished it. And then I have I think Assassin's Blade and Throne of Glass, and then I have the second Crescent City book because I it was at our library on the used bookshelf, so I bought it for like $1 or something crazy. Oh, how cute!
I love you.
I love you.
I'll be back shortly.
Okay. Sorry, I was talking to somebody else. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I was like, well,
But the internet didn't need to hear what we were talking about.
My bad.
that's all good. It's all good. Oh, you're fine.
So crazy. Okay.
I don't know that.
Okay.
Well, like after a few minutes, I was like, she probably did it on purpose. I'm just thinking talking.
No, back back. It's gonna be a ginger slow trip. So
If Gwydion's up, you might be able to. Oh, I was gonna say you might be able to get him to.
Well, that would probably give me right when she's still up. Her back will be she's still up.
Okay.
So that's not a big deal.
Okay.
And I gotta fucking call Dad for thing in the morning, so I gotta fucking work. So
Funeral.
Yeah.
Okay.
10:30, so I gotta be at work by 8:30.
Okay, great. Then you can help make sure that I am up.
Okay, yeah.
I need to be up no later than 7
Okay.
to
I
be
got
on
you.
with Jess because she
Yeah, I got
volunteered to do the early morning
My alarm's
shift.
set 6:30 already.
Okay, great.
I love you.
Okay, love you.
I'll be
Bye.
back with you.
Okay, bye. Anyway, yes. So to answer your question, I started reading with Assassin's Blade. I know that's not the way that everyone reads, but that's how I started reading it. And honestly, I after reading it that way, I don't know how you would have an attachment to one of the characters if you waited until book 3 to read it. Like, there's a pretty significant character that is talked about in Assassin's Blade, and I don't know if I would have the same attachment to that character if I had waited till book 3 to read that book.
I don't know.
But I'm not telling you what the right or wrong way is because I don't know what the right or wrong way is. I just read it the way the box came.
So like the Third of Glass, and then. Oh.
Yeah, so a lot of people suggest basically reading it in publication order. So that would be, I think it's Throne of Glass, Crown of Midnight, and
Then Assassin's Blade.
Assassin's Blade, and then Heir of Fire. But
Okay.
once all the books were out, there is and that's considered like the romantics way to read it, I think. And then the other way to read it is publication or is chronological order, which would be Assassin's Blade, Throne of Glass, and then so on and so forth with the book. So then Crown of Midnight, Heir of Fire. Um,
But also, I think it'd be kind of neat to read it the way that she released it in the order.
yeah.
You
So
know,
I'm going to finish reading it in the order that I'm reading it, and then I think that when I do a reread eventually, I will probably read it in the order that she published it in. But I didn't realize that there were two ways to read the books. When I ordered the books and started reading them, I didn't realize there were two ways to read the books. So I was just going to go off the way they were in the box set because I assumed that the way they were in the box set is the order you're supposed to read them in. And then it was afterwards that people were like, well, you know that you are like in publication order. It would actually be this way. And I was like, well, it's too late now. So.
all right. Laura Nettles is here. She's a fellow author out here on YouTube.
Why would I say that?
How are you doing? It's not very late for Laura. She's on the West Coast, so it's still early in the night for her. Yeah, so I had bought the first ACOTAR book because my daughter wanted to read it. Or she read it. Like, she read it. And then people told me it was very, you know what. And so I was like very poor. And I'm like, okay. So I read it. But the first book was not even that bad. Like, there was nothing horrible in it. I'm like, okay, whatever. So then I was like, I wanted to keep reading the series because it's a long series, right? And so then I went to Books a Million and bought the rest of the books in the series so that it would match the first book cover. Because I got the brightly covered books, and it took me like another year before I even started the second one. Laura says she just finished drafting a flash she started a couple of years ago, and she's putting it in the centerfold of her Halloween zine. Magazine, zine or zine. She's been like making them her own and like printing them out lately. So, so yeah, I have the 5 ACOTAR books, and then I have Assassin's Blade, Throne of Glass, and then I have the Crescent City book, the one that's blue and white on the cover, which is the second book in that series and not the first one, because I found it like at a used library bookshelf for like $1, the really fat hardback book. So I was like, I'm not going to read it yet, but I'm not going to be able to get this for this amount. And it was in perfect condition. The spine wasn't even cracked or anything. So that was cool. Oh, and Laura says her paper that looked like it's tea dyed finally arrived. And her flash is called Dance Macabre. Dance Macabre. I can read, I promise, people. It's fine. Neva, are you or anybody else in the chat, are you guys participating in the Ramadan next month that Covers with Cassidy is putting on?
I am not doing Ramadan this year. I am going to watch all of the I'll watch all the content that's made around it. But I did talk about this a little bit during my stream. I just kind of opted into doing a lot of like year-long challenges and readathons for 2026 instead of doing month-long ones. So there will be some month-long ones that I will do, but I changed the way I do my TBR. Mostly I did it because I was inspired by Margaret. So I had set up like a winter TBR at the end of 2025. And then Margaret had done her TBR announcement and how she was going to do TBRs. And I was like, you know what? This would actually make sense if I just continued with like the quarterly TBRs, like where I do them seasonally instead of picking a new TBR every month. Because like punishments don't work well for me. Like as far as like being like, well, if you don't read this book, you have to unhaul it or something like that. Like that doesn't work well to encourage me to read. But doing my TBRs that way doesn't always lend well to month-long readathons. And I did Realmathon last year and the year before. I know for sure. I did last year and the year before. And I just didn't feel like I kept up very well. So I think that I'm just better. Like, I think that for me personally, I'm better served to support without participating.
So I love I love making a TBR for each month. I love drawing up all of like the charts and the graphs and like the points and like if it's a bigger board or whatever in my little reading notebook. And I like sharing the books that are on my TBR. Do I read them? Always no. In fact, the first three books in the Ruthless Boys series out of the Zodiac Academy has been on my TBR since like December, so it's fine. Um, I just like sharing the books that are interesting to me at that moment. I also have quite a few like long, like year-long reading challenges. Um, I used to be like, oh, I have to do all the reading challenges, so I would like be participating in all of them. But then last year I was doing like the Hunger Games and the Tarot Readathon, and then there's another one happening at the same time. I did all three of them at the same time, and it got too confusing to remember which book was which for which prompt or whatever. Because
Yeah.
I was like, I'll do it, but I'm not going to be like hardcore. And yeah, I make TBRs and sometimes post videos about my TBRs I have for the month, but I never say, well, if I don't get to it, I have to unhaul it. There's no punishment. Like, there's no like bad outcome if I don't read a book. So, um,
Yeah, last year when I did Sunrise on the Reaping or Sunrise on the Readathon, which was Katie Colson's readathon, I was also doing Margaret's readathon that she does in the summer.
oh, the like the D&D type, right?
No, so
No.
she does that one in. I think we do that one in October. That's Fableman.
Yes.
But then she does.
She did an Eras Tour readathon once.
Yeah, the one that she does. Oh my god, hold on, because now I'm like kicking my own ass right now because I know
I did
I
that.
can't think of the freaking name of it. Like I know what it is, but like hold on, because it's really gonna bother me that I'm like I don't remember what this is called. But she does it in July. In July, because she does it right after mid-year call. Mid-year.
Oh, yeah, the mid-year scramble.
Yes.
Okay.
So last year I did mid-year scramble and I did Sunrise on the Readathon, which that worked because mid-year scramble is very much like a work at your own pace, right? So I did last year I did the board that was like the points board. So you'd get like 5 points for certain ones and then 10 points, whatever. And then you would basically just do 4 of the cards, one for each week. And that was what I did. And then you do like your goals and all of that. But because that one is a read at your own pace style readathon, it worked with Sunrise on the Readathon, which was team based. And I joined a little bit late for Sunrise on the Readathon because I didn't realize it was happening. And the way Sunrise on the Readathon worked was I didn't come in until battle 2 because again I was late. But each battle lasted like a week, and then you have like your cards. You pick your books dependent on your prompts. And then you had like a different challenge prompt for each week, and then I think you got like 25 extra points for every Hunger Games book that you read. But I'm kind of a slow reader, and I didn't do a ton of audiobooking during that time because I was also doing Ari and I at our public library from June until August. So June to the beginning, like the first week of August, our public library does a summer reading program for children, teens, and adults. So you can like read, you fill out like you color in bookmarks, and you
Right.
put bookmarks in for like, and then you're eligible for prizes or whatever. So because I was also doing that, I didn't do a ton of audiobooks. I'm going to change that this year, I think, and I'm just going to just really bank on audiobooks. But I'm a slower reader if I don't have audiobooks. So, yeah. But the last few years, like since joining since joining BookTube, I have found that I will try to participate in everything. So
Yeah, in 2024,
I was like, we
I
can't.
participated in every
Yeah,
single.
I was like, we can't. And I did that in 2024. I literally was like, was it 2024? Yeah, 2024. I literally was like hosting or participating in every readathon that I could find.
Same, because I was
So in 2025,
I didn't want to say no to anyone. I was like, sure,
yeah.
I'll do that. Yeah,
So in
yeah.
2025, I gave myself a cap for how many readathons I would allow myself to say yes to hosting, which I did do a few. And then in 2026, I'm like, okay, we have to still pare it down a little bit because I was still trying to participate in all of them. And I kind of have just had to learn. And I think diamond painting, like the diamond painting community has helped me with this because we have a lot of events in the diamond painting community.
Hmm.
But the diamond painting community has kind of taught me that we can support without participating. So I can watch all your content and I can know that it's like going on and I can talk about it and stuff like that without actually having to participate in it if it's too overwhelming to participate.
Yeah, like, I mean, I do like the competitive ones, and I also kind of like the non-competitive ones. But when there's like a lot of you do this book that can count for this point, but not this one, and then it really depends on like there was this one readathon that you got points for, like if you feel like the book's going to be a 5-star reading, you read it and oh, it's a 5-star rating. So I kind of felt that one was like kind of skewed because then like what's to stop everyone saying it's a 5-star rating and then reading it and also rating it 5-star. So
And I also think that at the end of the day, a lot of it is on honor system.
yeah, that's true.
So just because I thought that a book was going to be 5 stars doesn't mean that it was 5 stars.
Right. But honestly, like one of the funnest things about the readathons for me is just getting to see what everyone else is reading or
Right.
is suggesting to read. Because like half the time I've never haven't heard half the books that people are out there suggesting, and then I'm like, oh, that sounds good. I'll add it to my ever growing pile.
Right. Yeah, and I think a lot of it with readathons, it's on the honor system, especially with certain prompts like a 5 star prediction or something like that. Like that's simply a 5 star prediction. So that's simply just a book that you thought would be 5 stars. And like, yeah, sometimes with readathons they will say like if it's like you get so many points for this prompt, if like so many extra points for this prompt if it was actually a 5 star. But then in my opinion that's on the honor system because like we're also adults.
Right. Yes. Hopefully, we're all adults.
So like if we feel like if you really feel the need to cheat, like that's a weird thing to me, I think.
Yeah. But honestly, I just think like the reason I'm thinking about that had a prompt like that, I just think that people accurately guessed what they thought a book was going to be rated. And then they read it. I don't think they were like, let's pretend everything's 5 stars. But
Right.
hmm. Hmm. See, we got some chat here. Laura shared a snippet from her writing. It says, autumn leaves drift lackadaisical. I can't even.
Lackadaisically.
Sure, we'll go with that one. On the breeze, waltzing in patterns only the hibernating insects can decipher. Ghouls flit from tombstone to tombstone, whispering to one another over the carved granite slabs. Their voices hiss and echo, vibrating through the dimensions, seeping from the afterlife to that of the living. Nice. Ta-da, she says. Oh, and Hillary says that she doesn't do well with competitive readathons, that she's too much of a slow reader, but she also wants to do well, so she's just stressing the whole time.
Yeah.
Um,
This is also me, is that now in the last like year or so, a lot of our competitive readathons have given like a different path. So you have like the traditional route where you are like doing the competitive readathon route, right? But then a lot of them in the last like year or so have started doing it where there is like an easier path almost for those that are maybe slower readers, um or those that don't read as much, right?
right.
And I think that that is also helpful.
Like I think the Amazing Readathon did that. It was a
They
like
did.
yeah, I thought that
Fabling
was really
did
good.
that. Clue did that also. One of the rounds that we did, I think Nell's the Mystic Readathon. I think she has one that is um she has one that is like where you have an easier like there's like a secondary path that you can follow as well. So a lot of them have kind of adapted that secondary path where if you do take that path, then you're still earning points for your team without the pressure of com- competing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I kind of agree with Jamie here. Like, yeah, it's great if your team wins, but like, don't stress. I don't stress if my team doesn't get first place because, like, what happens if you get second place or third or fourth place? Nothing horrible happens to your team. It's not like you lose money or you like get shot in the leg or anything like that. Like nothing bad happens. Um, but again, like she said, like it turns reading into more of a social game. I like meeting other people online and getting to know them through their videos and through conversating with them and like the Discord channels or through live streams. And really, you kind of get to know the people based on the types of books they read anyway. So, and Kristen says she adores being sassy during readathons as opposed to her everyday sassiness. Hmm. It says, Kristen says Vanessa and her are still sassy about last March. Whatever happened there, I don't know.
With Ramathon, I think they were on opposing teams.
Okay. Half the time, Jamie joins the underdog team, especially if they have friends leading multiple teams. Those teams almost never win, but sometimes we come in second. Okay, so this is how I choose my teams, okay? Like when there's lots of different teams and different captains of the teams, usually there's more than one person like leading the team. Um, Either so if it's someone that if when I was first doing readathons, I would always go to the team that had someone that I had interacted with online before, and then after that, I was like, okay, well, I'm interacting with all of them now. So then I was like, that's my favorite color. I'm gonna go with that team, or I like that animal icon that that team is representing. I'll go with that one. That's how I pick my team. So I color animal.
Yeah, a lot. So
Sometimes I'll do it by like the prompt if there's like a bonus prompt for a team, but for the most part, it's just on a whim, really.
yeah, so at this point I have enough friends that help with co-hosting readathons that it's almost guaranteed that I will have more than one friend co-hosting the same readathon but on different teams. So I almost always will go off of the description of the team and what fits what I read best.
Okay.
Because with the competitive readathon, I don't necessarily want to go outside. That's not like the time for me to be exploring outside of my comfort zone. Because I am the DNF queen. So I'm far more
Right.
likely to be DNFing. And most readathons, you have to get to 50% of the book in order to count it for any points at all. And if I'm going to be participating in a competitive readathon, I want to get as many points for my team as possible.
Right.
So it is better for me to be participating on a team where I can read books that I love as opposed to books that I would have to maybe explore more out of my comfort zone.
Yeah, like if you're not big into mysteries or thrillers, don't pick a team that has that as a aspect of it or whatnot.
Right.
Kristen says that she was on Raven, or no. Kristen Hall says I was on Raven, she was on Stingers. And this year they're both rogues. They're cats. And Kristen says I chose rogues because Lexi cats and mysteries. Um, I picked my. Jeannie says she picked her Ramadan team by which bonus prompts I wanted to fit my TBR to. So I am doing the Ramadan readathon, and I am on team Paladins. Um, because of the team prompts. One was actually I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't have it in front of me. I have nothing in front of me. Everything's lost. I don't know what I'm doing. uh, but yeah, I picked the the um, the paladins. I'm pretty sure it was because of the team prompts. Like it fit the most. I think one of the team prompts for paladins is like you get bonus points if you read an author's backlist, and I am reading um, some series by authors, and so technically, I feel like it's a backlist because anything that they've published prior to their latest book.
Right. So it's anything that backlist is going to cover anything that an author has published after, like, if they have a book that has come out, if their last book came out in 2023, but they have books that came out prior to that, that would be their backlist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh, let's see. Where we go? Jamie says that she loves the one where books with the team color on the cover get bonus points. For those, I've definitely picked my team based on my favorite color. So I did that one year, and I was reading mainly Kindle books because I was camping in the middle of nowhere. And so I was like, oh, I have all these Kindle books. So then I just went through my Kindle books, and whichever color is most prominent on my Kindle covers is the book team cover team I went with that year.
Yeah.
That was a while ago.
Yeah, I've definitely done that too. I've definitely, if it's a team, if I'm not hosting, right, and I'm just participating, and there is a prompt that's based off of the team, like the team's color being on covers, then I definitely will pick based off of like the color of books that I have the most of. So.
Let's see. Yeah, so I've done the Mystic readathon that Nell's Next Chapter does. I never I am envious of the people that can power through books like crazy, but then I also you got to realize that maybe those people don't have little minions running around that you need to take care of, or bad eyesight, or other things to do. So, but when I start reading a book, I usually try to read it, get it done within a couple of days. Because I find if I take too long of a break midway through the book, I kind of forget what the book was about, and then I have to reread it.
That's fair.
Glenda's saying hi to everyone. People are saying hi to Glenda. Ooh, Jamie is on Team Paladin too, and that backlist prompt was a deciding factor for me too. Okay. I looked at all the prompts and saw which one would be the best. And since I'm trying to read through a couple different series, it just made sense. Plus, most of the books that I get secondhand, they're not the newest book from the author anyway, so it all counts. Okay, so I'm gonna do a sprint because I need to make some coffee. I'm all thirsty and tired. Maybe I'll just get some water. Are you staying around? Are you gonna bounce off? You're staying around? Cool. Okay. Let me just pull this up here. That's not what I meant to do. Do we like it like this? Or like that? Or there's lots of options. You could do it like this. Or this is my least favorite one right here. Because it cuts everything up.
Oh no, that one's terrible.
We could do this one.
I vote for either we could do this one, the third one, which is us on the side.
Like this one?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Configurations of how we want. I feel like this one is good because then everybody can see or that one.
Yeah, like this one?
Yeah, that one's fine.
Okay, we'll do that one. All right.
I like that one.
Okay. I know everyone else uses StreamYard, but I like Restream because there's no streaming cap of how many hours you can use it in a month. Okay, so let's do it for an hour. Please come back. That's all I ask. Please come back. All right. It does make a little soft bell sound at the end, but nothing blaring loud. Okay. You came back. Yay. Maybe you might have been like, I'm peacing out and going to sleep. You never know. Um, all right. So in our comments chat section, we have Gwyneth the Winnie popped in. And she said her eyes are burning because she's so tired with this darn flu. But they work tomorrow, and they only have tonight and tomorrow night to finish this draft. Thanks. Saying hello. Rachel said that she couldn't find the stream at first. I don't know what happened with that. Maybe YouTube's hiding me from you. I don't know.
There is on my community tab, there is a link, like a direct link to the playlist. If
Okay.
people need that. So
All right. And someone had created a tiny URL for the playlist, and it's pinned to the top of the chat stream too. But yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. Technology is not my thing. It's fine. You're surprised. I'm surprised I'm still here. No, usually have problems by now. Let's see here. Christy is working on finishing up The Serpent and the Wings of Night to reread and listening to the audio version, so I'll craft to, but not sure what yet. I'm finishing up writing out the prompts for the Ramathon on paper. Yes, I'm fully aware that there's spreadsheets that keep track of it all, but I also like having it in a notebook. When I got 123 words that sprint, and Hillary got to 92%, and then she had a greenhouse. It's almost 2 a.m. for me, so I might need to finish in the morning. Where are you at? That's almost 2. Huh. I can't do that math. I don't know. And Rachel made it through 2,859 words of revisions. Good job.
Yeah, for Hillary, because I saw her comment, I'm probably gonna finish in the morning. To be real, my brain is a little too tired to continue listening as much as I'm willing to look. So if she finishes in the morning, that's fine, because I'm probably gonna finish in the morning.
Someone in the Ramathon group made a spreadsheet where you could has a spot for the author and the title, and then whatever prompts you're selecting, and it'll keep track of it for you if you want to. Sometimes I keep track, sometimes I don't. But I like having the prompts that are possible written down instead of always trying to find out where am I random, where did I save it randomly on my phone, did I just save a screenshot of it, it's on my computer. So if it's in a notebook that I usually have in my bag, then I call it good. Hillary's in Atlantic Canada in Brittany's time zone. And Rachel says, yeah, I think I grabbed the wrong link, but I remember I asked for a notification email and found it there. Asked for a notification email. How do you ask for a notification email? Or am I not understanding what you mean? Okay, so I get notifications all the time from YouTube, but literally 90% of it is notifications about my own stuff. I don't need to know that I went live. Thank you. Shh. Yeah, I'm to call it my reading journal spreads are not pretty and crafty and super decorative like I see others. But it looks like I just highlighted in pink and purple.
You should never do what I just did.
That was loud. Rachel says it's in YouTube settings. You have it notify you via email, and then you click the bell. Oh, okay. Yeah, I routinely get notifications about my own stuff. And then a lot of times when other channels that like are going live, I'll get an email like hours after they've finished going live. It's ridiculous. Thank you. I have horrible allergies, but so I get for living here in the South. But this is not the worst. There's juniper and cedar and ash pollen, which is here. But once I get ragweed, it settles here. So that's lovely. So I did really good this time around when I posted a TBR for the month of March, specifically for the readathon, and my son had found all of my recently.
Okay.
My son had found all of my recently purchased books I got from the used library shelves in the back of the library. There's like a nice healthy stack of 25, give or take, because they're only a quarter of paperback, so why not? He's like, you should read all of these between now and the end of March. You should read all of them. Okay, I went away for a minute. I was like, oh no. Anyways, so he thought I should read all of them. I'm like, that's great, but I don't have that enough. I don't have time. So I picked like I think there was 8, but then like 4 of them was definitely 4 points geared towards the Ramathon. So yeah, it'd be great if I could read 25 in a month and remember them all. Just like twice now, my screen has like blipped out on me. So hopefully we're not having issues here. Usually that happens when it's really windy outside, but so far it hasn't been windy or anything. So all right, so I'm going to share this because some of you that are in the chat know this. So a while back, I went to the DMV to get my new Texas state ID, and I thought I had all the paperwork. But I'm on my second marriage, and so since I have my birth certificate that has my maiden name, they wanted to see where I went from my maiden name to the name I got married with the second time, because when I got divorced from my first husband, I didn't change my name because it's just a lot of hassle, so I just kept the name. So they're like, okay, we'll just. I had to wait. They said you have to just get a wedding certificate from the first wedding and call it good. So I'm going back online to fill out the stuff to get the certificate for the first wedding, but because my state ID that I have now has a different last name than I get married with originally, they're like, oh, just show proof that that's your name. So I go to open my drawer, the drawer right here next to my freaking desk. I go to open it, and I can't find the manila envelope that has everything from the DMV. Like everything's in there. I can't find it. I open the drawer. This has been like this since like, oh, I don't know, November, December. I have not been able to find it. Today, I'm looking for a freaking piece of tape, and what do I find in my drawer? It's a gosh darn thing that I've been looking for the past 3 months. I was almost to the point that I was going to order, because in it is my social security card, my birth certificate, and one of my marriage licenses. I was almost to the point that I was going to like order everything again, but I really didn't want to because it costs like $80. Because it's like $42 for the first copy and then $25 for each certificate after that. I didn't want to have to spend all that money again because I knew as soon as I ordered it, I would find it. So I was like, oh. So, but I'm not doing the ordering today. That's another day. Luckily, the state of Texas will accept my expired state ID for up to 2 years after the fact as valid ID. So I just want to share that with somebody, anybody, the world, who cares. I was very annoyed. And I'm really annoyed because I tore apart this desk like 3 times and emptied it out completely. Like 3 million times. And my kids did too. And still nothing. So I'm just thrilled because it's, $80 less I have to spend on stuff just to prove who I am.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's crazy what we have to do to like prove our identity, brother. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like y'all don't believe who I like. Come on. Like I get it, like to a certain extent, but also like I just feel like we should be able to just turn in like our old ID to get a new ID.
Right. Like, why can't
Like why am I jumping through 1,200 hoops when I have an old ID that I could just give to you that shows who I am?
And when I went in, my ID wasn't expired yet.
Right.
So, oh my God. And then when I went to go get the kids' social security cards, because I didn't have copies of them anymore, or I didn't have them anymore, so I go on to social security and they're like, oh, we'll accept their medical insurance with their name, date of birth, and picture. I'm like, what insurance has that? Or their school ID with their name, birth date, and picture. And they're like, well, they're homeschooled, so we don't have that. And then it said, or we'll accept their vital records, like their shot records. I'm like, oh, okay, great. I definitely have those because I made sure to print those out before like we left Oregon. And then because I didn't have anything with their picture on it, I had to bring the kids with me to the Social Security office to prove that they're still alive after the fact that they were born. Make sure I'm not getting Social Security cards for someone that's no longer living. Okay. This is what the Social Security website said. So I go in there. I wasted money on an Uber because we don't have a running vehicle, and it's like a 30-minute drive from where we're at to where the closest Social Security office is. We go in, thing, and they're like, well, we don't accept being shot records if they're over 5 years old. My kids are teenagers, so they definitely were over 5. I'm like, well, it doesn't say that anywhere on the gosh darn list. So then they're like, oh, just take it to any doctor, any walk-in clinic, whatever, and have them do a wet signature. Do you know that I called like 10 different doctor's offices in this college town that I'm in that has hospitals everywhere? And they're like, we don't do wet signatures. That's not a thing. We don't do that. So a wet signature is when they have like a printed piece of paper and they take a pen and sign their name instead of it printing on the paper on the computer. We found this walk-in clinic that's only open 2 days a month, like every other Saturday, and it's usually like $80 for a fee to just go in. So I took Ileana in with me just to see how it went, and he's like, what? Because they don't charge insurance, so it's just a straight fee, and you pay afterwards. They're like, what can we do for you today? I'm like, honestly, I just need you to like check your vitals, take your temperature, talk, and then like print it out, and then like have a wet signature. Do you know what a wet signature is? He's like, yeah. Like he looked at me like he was dumb. I'm like, well, half the people in this town don't know what a wet signature is. They don't do one, and so yeah. So that I thought that was ridiculous that we don't do wet signatures. Whatever. just to get a social security card to prove that they were still alive afterwards. I'm like, the person sitting. Anyways, this state is weird, but whatever. All right, we got some chatty stuff here. Let's see here. Chrissy says she's glad I found it. So is Sadia the bibliophile. And Christy says sounds like a D. It's a little bit because my original birth certificate proves that I was born. And then they needed my first marriage license to show me going from that maiden name to my first last name, or my first married last name, which is Polly. And then when I got married to my husband, my last name was still Polly because I never changed it back because it's a lot of money and hassle. So they needed to see change of names across the way. Whatever. Booking it with Atia. Is that how you say that? Okay. Is here. Hello. And she is reading, I'm reading The Longest Night in Egypt by David Anthony Durham. Christy says you can make a student ID online. We homeschool too, and that's what I did when I needed 19. That's a good idea. Although by now, I probably have everything I need to get my 15-year-old her own state ID anyway. Oh, I'm looking forward to in the morning when the kids wake up. I'm like, listen, you all suck at finding stuff. Okay, I do too, but you guys suck extra because you don't have bad eyesight like me, and you guys both looked through that drawer repeatedly, and you guys did not see it in there. So you're all fired. But also in my mind, it was like I was looking for an envelope this color and not a plain white one. In my mind, it was like in this kind of envelope. So but I'm just glad I found it. And it's all there. So I'm tired. I could have probably taken a nap for a whole hour. But then what if I don't wake up on time? That'd be horrible. Not for me, for you guys. Because then the stream would never end if I fell asleep on accident. I'm pretty sure there's no minimum age for state ID, so you could probably get one for all of them. Oh, no, so my 15-year-old is the oldest, and then I have a 13-year-old, so, I mean, I probably could. So, in Oregon, we're from a regular state ID, not a driver's license, not a learner's permit, but a state ID is, last time I checked, it was like $48 or $52. It was ridiculous. But in Texas, it's only like $11 or something like that for a state ID. So, I did finally just get my last two kids at
Yeah,
home.
I mean, my brother just got one last year at 16 because he needed it in order to fly
Oh, okay.
the trip. So,
Yeah, like it's only like I think it's like $11 or $15 here for just a state ID because I don't drive or anything, so that's all it would be. Yeah, and in Oregon it is. I want to say it's like $52 or something. They keep on raising it. Last I checked, it driver's license was like $83 or something. It's a lot. Ooh. I'm not crying. All of my drugs I took today are wearing off. That's all. I mean, I might have taken too many allergy meds at one time, but at least I wasn't draining out of my nose. Okay. James says, finished one good thing. Was that the name of the book that you're reading? Or was there just one good thing that you finished? It could work both ways. All right, so in Texas or in Oregon, a ID card is $47, and a driver's license is $64 for the original application. If you're going to renew a driver's license, is $54. But if you're going to renew a driver's license with a motorcycle endorsement, it's $82. And an ID card to renew is $43. So there's that. And then, like, if you lose your ID and you need to replace it before it needs to be, the driver's license is $30, and the ID card is $40. It's almost as much as the regular one. So that's silly. Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, why are you paying so much money just to get a plastic piece of thing? It's not like it's a license or anything. It just is identifying you as a person, which I think you being born should be good enough. But whatever. It's all annoying. They just want money out of you for everything. All right, and then if you are curious, all right, check this out, people. In Texas, if it's a brand new driver's license and you're under 18, it's $16 and expires on your 18th birthday. Okay. If you're getting a new card between the ages of 18 to 84 years old, it's $33 and it's good for 8 years. And if you're 85 or older, it expires every 2 years. If you lose your driver's license and you need to replace it, it's only $11. Let's see. Okay, the ID card is $16 and it's good for 6 years. That's crazy. And if you need to replace it, it's only $11. That is nuts. How much less expensive it is here. I no one cared, but I decided to share. It's fine. Does this end at 1 a.m. Central or 2 a.m. Central? Neva.
This will end at 2 a.m. Central.
Okay.
I think. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure because it's 3 a.m. Eastern. Yeah. So Aoife will start at 3 a.m. Eastern. So that's 2 a.m. Central.
Okay. You're much more chattier earlier. What happened? Did you get all your chatting out of the way and now you're over it?
Because Eastern is a time zone, Ari. Time zones.
Yeah, it's hard. One time I was doing like a storyteller's hearth writing thing. It was like a 24 or 40 hours. I was like, oh. And we were traveling kind of back and forth between a couple of different time zones. And I was like, okay, on that date, I'll definitely be in that time zone. We'll be good. Well, I ended up getting up at 4 a.m. to go live because I guessed wrong. I did the math wrong in my head, and I was like, okay. But then I realized that YouTube will just tell you what time zone stuff is in without you having to like.
Yeah, YouTube will convert the time to your time zone.
Yes.
So as long as your YouTube is set to the correct time zone, it will automatically convert it, which is why I don't ever like when somebody's like, oh, it's at 11 a.m. German time. I will just go look at I will just go to that stream that is already set up and I will click on it because it'll pop up and it'll tell you like the date and the time, but it'll convert it to your own time though.
Yeah, like anything further ahead than Eastern, I have to look it up somewhere else. Like that's not happening.
Yeah, well, I also have Time Buddy on my phone, which is an app that will convert. So the top time zone is I set it to my own time zone.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have Eastern time zone underneath that. And then I have Eastern time zone underneath that. And then I have I think there's 2 different Australian time zones.
Yeah.
And then I have Germany's time zone. Like I have all of those on Time Buddy because then I can easily convert everything if I need it just at a glance.
So do you like stream with people that live in Germany and Australia both?
So Aoife lives in Germany.
Okay. Yes.
And then when I was on night shift, right? So when I was working full time at Taco Bell, I was on the night shift. So I was working from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. ish. So a lot of times when my hours changed a little bit when we moved to Iowa because that Taco Bell is open different hours, but essentially I was always working from 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. So on my off days when I would stream with like Nicole or Crystal, they're both, or Brooklyn, they're all in Australia. So they would stream for me in the middle of the night. But for them, that's like their
morning
to afternoon time.
Okay. All right. Got it.
What? Alex. I said Crystal?
No, the one that starts with an A that you just said that you did streaming when we lived in Indiana and on the weekends when
I said nobody that started with an A. I said Nicole, Crystal, Brooklyn.
No, the other person you said that you streamed with in Indiana when Taco Bell on your weekends. You did not only do it with those 3
Just
people.
now, or are you talking about earlier on my stream?
Just now, you just talked about it. You literally just said all 4 names.
I have no idea.
Oh,
I don't remember saying an A name, brother. I thought you meant maybe earlier on my stream when AJ came into my stream. My old boss from Taco Bell in Indiana.
can we go visit him?
Probably not.
Why?
Because I don't know AJ like that, brother.
Just ask him where he lives so we can come visit him and chill with him.
No.
Just ask him if he can give us the location of his house so we can come chill.
No, bro.
Uh-huh.
You don't just be asking people for the
There's
location
no
to their
harm in
house.
thinking asking.
It's weird.
There's no harm in asking.
You're good.
She's so cute. I just can't help it. She's so.
You are pretty cute, brother.
Yeah.
Really. Love you. You're funny, Ari.
You're cute.
Right.
I expected you to disagree with me.
I know you did. That's why I agreed.
You're funny, Ari.
That I'm cute.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Stephanie said you were cute.
Oh, yes. I said you're cute because she's cute in a funny way.
Funny and cute, brother. Why are you making that face? Ugh. You don't agree? Sorry. No.
I tell my daughter she's cute, and she's like, "I'm not cute. I'm ferocious."
Ari just disagrees. She don't want to say that she's not cute, though.
I'm not cute. I'm ugly.
Oh, shut up.
No, you're not.
Girl, I will sit on your head.
I will smack you in the mouth.
No,
And
you
if
will
you
not.
don't, punch you in the eyeball
Oh my god, you
until
can.
it pops out.
You know that's why you close your eyes when you sneeze? Because if you didn't close your eyes when you sneeze, you would shoot your eyeballs out of your sockets.
No,
Yes.
that's
I swear to God.
That is absolutely
not
true.
true. Not true. Liar, liar. Pants
absolutely
on
true.
fire.
Ari, go to sleep, brother.
Liar,
It's absolutely
liar.
And don't call people names when you don't know. It's a scientific fact.
I'm gonna smack both of you. Shut up.
Let's see.
Yes,
you would have
you
to take
could.
them out of your socket.
Yes,
All right. I'm gonna do another hour sprint, and then we'll come back and we'll just chat the last half an hour away.
That was good.
Fall out.
Okay. All right. Let's. Oh, I gotta share it again. There we go. Perfect. All right. Okay, so that was the last sprint for this stream. Because there is 35 minutes. Last month, I miscounted and I went over my stream in time. I was so embarrassed, but it's fine. Um, it happens. But
It happens.
what'd you do while we were doing that hour long? Did you take a nap? Did you eat something?
I drank some of this coffee that I forgot already had made. And I watched some YouTube. I diamond painted some more. I actually have been timing, like in 2026, I've been timing how long it takes to finish a diamond painting. Like to see how many hours, like accumulatively,
Mm-hmm.
which is harder than it seems because I have to remember to start and stop the timer.
Oh.
So like I'm sure, like I know for a fact that some of my hours are a little skewed, like where like I forget never I don't if I forget to stop the timer, I just start the time over again.
Oh, okay.
Because usually I can kind of gate, or what I do is I like add time. So like I'll start the timer over itself, but I'll write down like I know that I worked on it. So like the last time I looked at the timer, I was at 35 minutes. So if I accidentally left the timer running, then I can kind of just be like, okay, we'll start the timer over, and then I add like 30 minutes to the timer. What usually happens is I forget to start the timer. So then I'll be sitting here for like however long, just diamond painting away, and look over and be like, oh, my timer hasn't been running. But it at least gives me like an estimation.
You just want to know how much time there's
Yeah,
not.
I just want to see how much time, because I've been just doing really big diamond paintings this year so far. Like one of them took me 65 and a half hours.
That's a long time.
Which is really a long time. But really I just want to see like how much of my life is spent diamond painting.
Okay. All right. What did I do? I got up, talked to my husband. He's doing stuff on his computer. I tried reading. Not happening. So I didn't.
That's okay.
I'm too tired.
Sometimes we need a break from reading. Because I did read a little bit on my own sprints, and then I haven't read again since my sprints ended. So
I did finish doing my Ramathon spread, I guess you could call it, with my highlighters and stuff. Like all the prompts and the points and how much the page, how many bonus points the pages are. And that's what I do. This is it. Nothing more special than that.
I mean, I like it. I don't think we need.
I don't print out a bunch of stuff. I don't like.
I mean, if I'm honest, because my reading journal is digital, it's on my iPad. I literally will just take like whatever graphics they make, because they're all like, even if they're not PNGs, because some of the readathons they make them into like PDF files so that you can then take them and print them out, right? But almost all of them will do a PDF that you can print, but also a PNG that you can use digitally. And almost always my layouts are just the PNGs.
Okay.
Just laid on the page of the journal so that I can see like what it is. But I really don't. I mean, I don't think we need them. They don't have to be like elaborate. You know what I mean? I mean, some people get real creative and like draw things, and that's awesome. But it could never be.
So this is my most elaborate. This is my reading journal, okay, but starts in January. I finished one book since I'd done it. Whatever, that's not the point. This is my
Reading
little
is reading.
elaborate.
It's fine.
Also,
Yeah.
that's it. I mean, I used washi tape and stickers. I didn't. That's it. That's all I did. And I put the color key for like pink for library, and then ebooks and owned and physical because I wanted to use my library more often. That was
Right.
my goals this year. Um, yes, it looks nice and neat now, but halfway through the year it'll be whatever I happen to scribble on the page.
Okay.
Um,
I have to catch mine up because was really good about it at the beginning of January, and then I kind of fell off. So I've got to go through and like catch it all up. Luckily, I chart everything, like I track everything daily in my StoryGraph, so it's easy enough for me to go back in time.
what do you mean you track it daily? Like, do you finish a book every day? Is that what you
No, but
mean?
I track my pages every day. I read at least a little bit every day. So I will go into StoryGraph and I will like update whatever I've read for that day. I'll update that in like I update that in StoryGraph every day.
Okay.
So that it's easy enough for me to go back because I track everything, I guess technically 4 different ways. So I use StoryGraph and PageBound, which are both app-based things. PageBound is technically not a book tracker yet. So they just came out on the web. Like they had a website that launched in January of 2024 of 2025. I used their website last year on and off. The issue that I had with it is that it didn't have an app until like the end of 2025. And I need something that is on my iPad or on my phone as an app because I'm not on my computer all the time. Like I
Okay.
don't think to like log into something on my computer to track my books. So when they launched the Pagebound app, I like immediately downloaded it because you can go in and I mean they're rolling out updates for Pagebound like weekly. Like they have so many updates because they're trying to make it a tracking app, but it also has like discussion forums. So it's like Instagram and like Storygraph or Goodreads like had a baby. So you have like the community aspect of like being able to write in the forums and like discuss the books and stuff. But you also have like the tracking capability of like keeping track of like what books you've read, like what percentage you're at, all of that. And then I have a spreadsheet that I bought from Allie. She used to be hardback hoarder. I think now she is just Allie, I think. Um and I've bought her spreadsheet every year since 2023. I love her, I think 2023 or 2024. I love her spreadsheet because her spreadsheet allows me, I mean, every year she adds to it. Like this year there's so many like added things, but her spreadsheet is basically everything that I need in one spot because StoryGraph doesn't allow you to track if you read a book in more than one in like multiple formats.
Okay.
And a lot
Gotcha.
of times I jump between audio and ebook. I don't like a lot of times if I have a book that I have in both formats, I jump between like my reading it on my Kindle and reading it as and listening to it as an ebook, or as an audiobook. So I use my spreadsheet for the stats. My stats are more accurate on my spreadsheet, and then I have my reading journal on my iPad, which I mostly use just for the aesthetics and also because I can put all of the stuff for my any challenges or book challenges or readathons that I'm doing. I can easily put that into my reading journal and keep track of things that way.
It's either my husband's being a computer or our outside neighbors are being loud outside. I can't tell.
Sometimes that happens.
Because we're on the top floor and there's like this walkway between the buildings. And so, like, sometimes our next door neighbor will be outside, like, on his phone, watching something on his phone, and it's like really loud. Um, and it's just a wall between our bedroom and the little walkway area. So
That apartment living.
I hate it. I hate apartment living. I despise it. My husband's never lived in an apartment, and I think the fact that he is like more than half deaf in both ears really helps him enjoy it better than me. Just yeah. Let's see here. Atia says that they washed the dishes, had a few slices of pizza. What kind of pizza? That's important to know. And also, is it cold or warmed up? And they got to 87% in their book. Uh, Jamie started the audiobook of Isola. Isola? Isola. How,
Isola? I'm not sure.
Isola. Okay. All right. I'm glad that we're both not sure. I feel better. By Allegra Goodman, which I'm enjoying so far. Okay. And Jamie says, always starts readathon reading journals, cute little notebooks, then lose them and wind up using random pages of whatever notebooks I can find. Listen, my last readathon notebook, it lasted me almost 2 years, but it really was just like, oh, there's a readathon. Here, let me draw this random bingo board with like all the prompts in it, and then that's where I'm going to track it. Like that was it, and it was in one of those like the Exceed brand like dot grid journals you can get at Walmart for like $10 a piece. That's what I used. I didn't not go overboard. This I got on Amazon because they never had them in stock at the Walmart here. So I bought this one for like $7. It definitely ghosts the page. I mean, you can see the calendar on the other side. It's definitely ghosted, but oh, here's my March calendar I did.
That's cute.
My here's what I'm always thinking. Like in my reading journal, I'm gonna do the calendar spread so then I can track when I start a book and when I finish it. So far, I've only finished one book this year. I didn't even start this year. I started it last year, but I finally finished Zodiac Academy Book 3, The Reckoning, in January, on January 4th. Yes. I'm pretty sure I need new glasses or updated prescription. Oh, no, I know I do because I want to read. I see better without my glasses on, but then I'm like I can't see anything further away, so I'm pretty sure I need like bifocals or something. It's fine. Just another appointment for another day. And Jamie says, pretty sure I've tried to plan out my her kid books in at least 5 different notebooks. The first year that they had that challenge, I tried planning it out. I was like, this is way too much. I'm
Listen,
not even going to try.
I was determined when this was announced, I think for like round 3 or wherever they're on now, last year in 2025. I was like, I'm going to do this. It's going to be great. I like downloaded because she makes a spreadsheet that you can download. And that was my whole thing is I was like, I can do this if it's on a spreadsheet because you can plug in all your books into the spreadsheet. I did I like filled out the first like 4 pages and then I gave up. I was like, I can't do this. No. I might because I'm sure she'll announce another round of it in 2026 because in 2026 I'm focusing on year-round things anyway. I may try it again because of the way that I've changed my TBRs. It might actually be easier.
Okay.
Because that was the issue that I had with trying to do Hercule last year. Like because it starts in it like ends. It runs from April to April, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's April or June or something. I don't know.
Like that. So I'm gonna watch and see if they announce it again for 2026. If they do, I think I'm gonna try it this year. But last year, my TBRs, because I was using my spinner wheel and I was doing it that way, and I had like 15 wheels in this game because I love to make my life hard. My TBRs were so chaotic as it was that trying to make TBR books then fit into Herkid or vice versa was like a headache in itself.
Well, okay, so I have a bunch of the year-long bingo board challenge reading challenges in here, but honestly, I'm not super worried about like completing them. My goal was to read, and then if it happens to complete a square or a prompt, yay me. Um, I think it was like in 2023, 2024, I'd like really stressed myself out. Like, okay, I'm gonna read a book, but I can't read the book if it doesn't like satisfy any prompt. So that was like, so now I'm gonna read what I want to read. Um, yeah, like I have the buzzword challenge drawn out. I had that romancy bingo, the mystery thriller bingo from Alexis is fully booked, and then I had the series takedown from Rainy Blue Beans, and then I have the A to Z challenge, as always, and that is it. I had more, but after I drew those, I'm like, I'm done. Like there was one that was like the Jurassic Park year long one where it was like one prompt for each month.
Yeah.
So that was fun. I was like that's a lot. Maybe, but I also feel like in 2023. So this is 2026 now. I want to say that it was in the year of 2024 when we spent like 4 months on my in-laws' property that was surrounded by the national forest. I had nothing to do but to read all day long. So like I felt like I read a lot more than. Jimmy says I used to keep a log in a spiral notebook and a spreadsheet, and I logged finished books on Goodreads. Now my StoryGraph is up to date, but the rest is totally neglected. So I do have a Goodreads account, and then once I started publishing books, I like connected my author profile to my personal Goodreads, and then I just kept on getting like weird comments. So whenever someone sends me a message and is like, "Oh, I really like your book. I really like the way it called to me, whatever," or "I really like the way you formed your words in your most recent book." Okay, now I have a way to weed out these weirdos, which is every single one. Um, I'm like, "Oh, what specifically did like? Which one of my books did you like the best? Did you like that caught your eye?" And then they'll say, "Oh, River's Edge," or whatever, or whatever book I happened to like have out. And then they're like, "I really liked your prose. I really liked your character development." I'm like, "That's really great. I'm glad that you reached out to me." And then they'll like respond back and be like, it'll be like oh, we could like make your SEO better. But my favorites are, I'm on my phone and it's not really reliable over here. Can we switch this over to WhatsApp or Snapchat? Those are my favorite. My most favorite one, which is not my favorite, was like, "I'm over in Nigeria and it's not very good, reliable service. Maybe we can move over to WhatsApp because it'd be more reliable." I'm like, "How the fuck is that more reliable?" You know? So anyways, I kept getting like weird messages from guys on Goodreads about my books. And so I was like, I emailed Goodreads. I was like, "Listen, I want to separate my author profile from my personal profile, completely separate because of this issue." And they're like, you can do that. Like your book should still be up there. I'm like, that's fine. I just don't want them separate because I don't want to see all that stuff. And then I guess recently they changed the ability to like message whoever you wanted, apparently. Um, so then I stopped using Goodreads and I started using StoryGraph more. And then um, I decided I didn't want. So when I was doing my end year stats, Goodreads screwed up so horribly because if I open up a book on my Kindle, Goodreads will say, oh, it's reading it. And then it'll just said it was read. Like I would just open
Yeah,
it up
you have
and get to like page 3 of the book of like a 300-page Kindle ebook, and then Goodreads would count it as a book that was read. But
yeah,
I
so you
didn't.
have to go. There's a setting in the Kindle
Right,
where you can set it so that you have to manually turn on currently reading.
right.
Because
But
I
I
have
just thought that was weird because it hadn't done that until recently, where like anytime I opened a book, it said I had finished it.
I mean, I don't know why it's saying that you finished it. I
Like
don't have
I would like open a book, download it, and like read a chapter or two, and then
but
I wouldn't.
I've had the issue with it marking it as currently reading, and I will go in and manually mark it as current. Like I have it set where I have to manually mark it as currently reading on the Kindle itself, because I don't necessarily like, especially if I've chosen to switch from ebook to audiobook. I don't want it counting on Goodreads because my Goodreads really, I only still have it because I have a lot of people that still use Goodreads. So like I started using StoryGraph in 2020 or 2021, like when they first went into beta. I started using them as a beta user, and then once I started my YouTube channel, people were asking for my Goodreads profile, but in 2022 I didn't use my Goodreads profile at all. So in 2023 I was like, all right, I will do my Goodreads profile, but it's not like, I told people like my Goodreads is never going to be accurate to what I've actually read because I only utilize Goodreads to track ebooks that I've read.
Gotcha.
So it may say that like, and I always set my Goodreads goal to be the same as my StoryGraph goal simply for the ease of it. But my Goodreads is never accurate to what I've actually read because it's only tracking whatever I've read on my Kindle.
Okay. So I spent like weeks, like figuring out which books didn't need to be on there, which books I actually read and finished, so then they match. And then one random night, I decided to be like, I'm going to separate all of my stuff on Goodreads for the year that I finished it. So all the way back to like 2014 or 2015, 16, somewhere in there, you can see which books I read in which years. Because I wanted it to be organized for a moment. And I haven't went back to using it yet since then. But now it's all organized. So if you want to know what books I read and what year, you can totally see that now. But I like the StoryGraph because I like the pie charts and stuff that it gives you at the end of the month. Like the genres and just how many pages and the type of book that you read, whether it was an ebook or paperback or
Hold on, babe. Sorry.
audiobook or whatnot.
Yeah, StoryGraph I like for the stats. What I'm hoping, especially with how quickly they seem to be updating on Pagebound, what I'm hoping is that Pagebound will get caught up to StoryGraph quickly because I do like the forum aspect of Pagebound a little bit better. Like on StoryGraph, you obviously have like the option on StoryGraph of like writing in your, I think they call it a reading journal. So like
Right.
essentially you can like take notes. What I like about Pagebound is that instead of it being a reading journal, it's like an actual forum. So it's a bunch of other people discussing the same book, but you have to put in like the page number. They've updated, so now you can track by, you used to only be able to track by percentage of the book. Now you can track by percentage, page number, and like audiobook hours and minutes. So they have updated it in the last, I think, month, so that you can do it that way. But you have to plug in where you are in the book, and then you can check whether it contains spoilers or not. So then when you go through that forum, you can see other people talking about the book from like 1% all the way to 100%. And
Um,
anything that has that contains spoilers box checked, it's like a little slider bar. If that's checked, then it will automatically like gray out what they have typed, and you have to click on it, like manually click on it to see what they've written, so that you aren't like spoiled for anything past where you're reading, but it's still like a discussion between you and other people, which has been helpful for me with books that I haven't heard other people talking about. Because then I can go in and I can look at like spoiler free, stuff that people have written for the first couple percent of the book to kind of determine if I want to read the book or not.
okay.
So I really like, that's what I like about Pagebound, is like the community aspect of it. And I know that the developers are working on, it's like a two woman team, I think. But I know that they are like actively working on updates all the time and trying to get updates up and going for people to be able to, so that we have, I think they're doing like stats and stuff. I need to look because most of their updates are done on the web page first, like on the website first, and then they bring it over to the app.
Okay.
They like test it on the actual web page first. So I do need to look at that this week and just see what's been changed.
So Jamie says that some of the books are added twice.
Yeah,
And then,
Goodreads does weird stuff
yeah.
with your books. I have not been actively using Goodreads just because their interface has barely changed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But also, they do seem to have a lot of hiccups that I don't think they should have.
Library thing. I've actually heard of that one before.
Yeah, I do like Pagebound. They're like trying to develop, get out like stats and stuff like that. Like they are trying to make it like an actual book tracker, but like tied into like a forum too. So you have that community aspect, and you have the um the book tracking aspect. The other thing is that they don't use AI at all for theirs, and Fable and StoryGraph both have incorporated a lot of AI into their interfaces.
So out of all the different like apps and stuff for tracking and recording your reading, which one do you like the best that you've used?
I think so. StoryGraph and Pagebound both, but I could see once Pagebound has more of the book tracker elements added to it, I could see myself switching completely from StoryGraph to Pagebound. once we get like stats and like monthly like month in review type thing, like monthly wrap-ups and stuff like that.
Okay.
Sorry, month in reviews is for like diamond painting. But like monthly wrap-ups and things, once they develop that, which I know they're working on that behind the scenes, I think once Pagebound becomes a true tracking app, I really could see myself switching, because I find myself spending more time on Pagebound than I do on StoryGraph. Like, I really only get on StoryGraph once a day to update things, like percentages and, you know, pages read. I find myself on Pagebound, like, actually interacting with the app.
All right. Oh, look at that. 4 minutes until the top of the hour. Woohoo. My internet didn't crap out, and neither one of us fell asleep on screen. I call that a success. Woo. Oh. Are you going to stay up more after this? Or are you going to.
I will probably at least say hello to Aoife. But I know Aoife, and she will see me and she will say, "Ma'am, have you slept?" And when I tell her no, because I'm not going to lie, she will tell me to go to bed.
I'll get off of here and I'll lay down on the couch where I usually sleep because it's cooler than in my bedroom and it's less noisy than in my bedroom. And then I will lay there wide awake. But I don't want to sit and stare at the computer anymore. So that's, yeah.
But I try to pop in at least for a little while to everyone's.
And this next one is they're 4 hours, right? So 2 to 6.
Yeah. Everybody goes for 4 hours.
Okay. I might pop in closer to 5-6 o'clock hour if I manage to get a little bit of sleep before I wake up again, because that'll probably be what happens. Jeannie says they're probably sticking with StoryGraph as their primary site for a while, since I usually want to read reading log and stats more than the social side. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I only really use Goodreads for certain groups anymore. Honestly, the only time I go on Goodreads lately is when I'm doing when I'm on someone's art team and they want, the reviews. So I'll do one on Amazon and then I'll do one on Goodreads if I have to.
That's honestly why I keep Goodreads, is because a lot of authors, especially indie authors, they still want reviews put on Goodreads.
Yeah. So.
For their arcs. So I do keep Goodreads around for that reason. And I will stay on StoryGraph for the stats until Pagebound is more developed as far as like stats and stuff like that. But I could, once they are more developed, I could see myself switching.
Okay. Anything else you want to say before I close this and you guys hop to the next one?
Nope.
Everyone's if you look in the description box of this, you'll see the playlist link, and then you also see a link to everyone's channels that are hosting a stream this round. And I think you'll see like my Amazon wish list, and I don't know what else I put down there. I was very, very, very low maintenance this time around. But also the playlist is also linked at the top of the comments in the chat here. So just follow along. It's not that hard to find. Or go to Neva's channel and go to her community tab, and it's the first one there. So, Glenda says, thanks both for hosting. It's fun. I don't expect to read. I just like chatting with people. Honestly, that's all what it is.
I mean, really, that's what 24 hours is 24 hour sprints is really just a social event.
I mean, it's great if you can like power through a book in 24 hours, but that's not me. Not when there's other people around to talk to.
Right.
All right. So Glenda says they're headed to bed. See you all on either Jess's sprints or Nell's sprints. Okay. All right. It is now top of the hour, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say goodbye. That's about it, and I'll catch you guys on another stream before it ends. I promise. I'll be there. All right. Bye.